Hey, 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 how you doing, my little beauties, and welcome. It is I, once again, David Connolly, the web developer extraordinaire, welcoming you to the home of the web development revolution, and you are so welcome. It's Saturday. That can only mean one thing, folks. That's right, it's live coding day. And it's really good to have you folks here. Are you feeling excited? Are you feeling on the edge of your seat? Feeling on the edge of your seat? Maybe that's not quite right. Anyway, whatever the case may be and whatever your vibe may be, it's so good to have you here. So anyway, this is my little weekly public live stream where I get a chance to show you some of the things that I've been working on, and hopefully actually we can do a wee bit of coding together. This is not, I repeat, not a tutorial. And I'm going to be working on this miserable site here. It's one of these ones that it just goes on and on and on. But hopefully it'll be finished soon. Now, I accidentally, do you hear me, added adverts to this stream. And I did not mean to do that. I promise I did not. So I apologize. I don't know how to change it. The great gear is here in full formation, and it's nice to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very good to see you indeed. Like I say, I've accidentally added adverts, and I don't want them, and I don't know if I can take them off. I hope you'll forgive that if they show up. Anyway, I'm going to be working on this, and there's a lot of exciting things coming up. Now, I posted a video recently for the private members that had about 2 views, and it was a very depressing video. And in that video I was just saying that I think there's no hope, it's all miserable, the economy's done in, it's just a complete miserable vibe out there. But you know something, I have changed my mind. I've given this a wee bit of thought, and there are some factors. Those of you who think that the economy's done or web development's done or anything like that, here's a few things that you might want to think about. First of all, when the pandemic came, and is hopefully, well, I think we can say it's gone, right? If it reappears, we know who we're going to be pointing the finger at. Anyway, when all of that stuff happened, millions of businesses went under, as you know. And some of them were even businesses that I had built for in the past. I remember having emails come in saying, you know, for some reason I'd ended up on the mailing list, and you'd see, oh, we regret we've had to close down, thanks for being a customer, and so on. And it was kind of depressing. But then I thought about it, and I realised something. All of those business owners who went under, who shut down, you know, all of them are gonna have to get back in the game. They can't go flip burgers at McDonald's. They certainly are not gonna go homeless or start claiming job seekers or something like that. No. Those millions and millions of business owners are now about to stand up, dust themselves off, and get back in the game. Now tell me what part of that is not logical. I think it's perfectly logical. So I am done with the doom and gloom crap. And from now on, moving forward, all you're getting from here is positive vibes. Because I believe that there is a silent economic boom happening. That's right. You'd never even dream of such a thing. And I have not heard, by the way, I've not heard anyone else come out with this theory, but to me it makes sense. Just look, and let's bring it up right now. If you look at something like CNBC or Bloomberg or something like that, have a quick look at the stock market. I mean, okay, we'll get a wee bit of red there, but come on, 0.2%. Germany, give me a break. When you look at the markets in general, I tell you what, I'm seeing green everywhere. Bitcoin is up to 23,000 now. The stock markets are doing really well. My brother's a photographer. He does estate agent work, so he'll photograph houses that are for sale and things like that. And he has reported that house prices have gone back to normal and he's at the front line. So all of you doom and gloomers, doom and gloom no more. Because I'm telling you, there is a silent economic boom happening. And if I'm wrong about that, tell me where all of those business owners who went under, who had to shut down over the last 2-3 years, where are they all going to go? I guarantee you this, they're not going to be going to that job seekers line. They're going to be starting again. So, economic boom ahoy, and thank you very much. Now, to celebrate this, as you know, for the last 4 years I've been wrapped up in this framework. It has been the experience of a lifetime, and I look forward to continuing with that, but hopefully opening the doors so that other people can get involved. However, it is time for the web developer extraordinaire to move on. So I'm going to be, I'm going to keep on doing the framework, but I have to earn, I have to put food on the table. And for about the last 3-4 years, I have not done that at all. So what I've decided, my title probably says something like getting ready to earn big. I know that sounds a bit like some kind of American self-help dude or something. I don't mean that, but what I mean is I have to participate. Maybe some of you do as well. And if I'm going to participate, then I'm going to go all in, So the plan is that on Monday, which is my birthday, I am going to be going back into the marketplace all in. And my time is going to be spent I almost said 100% between blah, blah, blah. My time is going to be spent finding gigs and learning new stuff. That's it. That's all I'm going to be doing. Those of you who are members, I'm going to keep you entirely in the loop. And to be entirely honest, I don't even know exactly what I'm going to do from a sort of to-do perspective. I have no to-do list or anything like that. But I'll figure it out, and I've got a few different routes that I can go down. In fact, here comes Stefan. Ding, 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 ding. Welcome, Stefan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very good to see you. Very good to see you. So maybe we can do a wee poll and see how you folks feel here. We do have that facility, So I'm going to ask a question here. And the question is, now is a perfect time to... Now we'll have an A or B. Let's say start a web dev agency, and then let's have get a job as a developer. Let me know which of those two you would go for, because I haven't decided yet. I mean, in this type of economic situation that we're in, would you start an agency or would you get a job? There's good cases for and against each. One of the things that cannot be ignored is the fact that there's web development jobs out there now offering 700 quid and you don't even have to leave your house. Now, when you see prices like that, you have to wonder, why even start an agency? I don't know. On the other hand, an agency gives you a lot more freedom, and quite frankly, I've done the agency thing a couple of times before and I've been successful, and it might be something a bit more interesting for you folks, So I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to do a combination of the two of them. I've hooked up with my virtual assistant who stood by me for 7 years, and we have basically, I've told her my situation, and I've been quite honest about this. When you work on a framework for 4 years and it's open source, let me tell you something. I don't care who you are, it doesn't take long until the wolves are at the door. So I've told her my financial situation quite honestly, and she has basically, we had a little negotiation, and I said, look, would you be willing to gamble 2 weeks on me? Now, keep in mind, this is somebody who knows me. She was with me for 7 years. I said, would you be willing to gamble 2 weeks on me and just see what happens? And she said, absolutely. So that's really, really great. So I've got my virtual assistant back. I'm starting on Monday. It'll be my birthday. And between now and then, I just want to wrap up the prototype of this site that I'm sick looking at, you know. So that's what I'm going to do. And let us begin. Now, I have a news flash. Well, first of all, let me show you, well, before we get into the code, let me show you this thing working, and then I'm going to show you kind of why it's, well, I'll show you this thing going. You'll all think it's amazing, and then I'm going to just chuck it in the bin. That is exactly and precisely what is about to happen. I'm going to demonstrate something here, right? So here is the Firebase console. It's on the left. It's Firebase. It's a real-time database, right? Now I'm going to do get quotes now. You're all going to be really, really impressed. And it's hello to, is that O Spam? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. It's a bit of a self-deprecating name. Have I read that right? All right. Maybe it's an Irish spammer. Anyway, I'm going to hit this get quotes now. It saves me from going through these drop downs here, okay? You're all going to think this is genius, and then I'm going to break it all. So watch closely. If I hit get quotes now, you can see it searching. Now look on the left. This is my database here. And you can see we've got these quotes coming in. And as the quotes come in, the page updates instantly. Do you see that? So we've got 5 deals found on the left and 6 deals found. 7. Let's see the real-time database on the left, and on the right, you can see that as soon as this comes in, the right-hand side updates. This is not a tutorial. This is not a tutorial. This is just me doing real work, you know, mistakes and everything. So here we go. And there it is, right? So we've got a whole bunch of deals came in. Here they are, multiple different companies. Fantastic. And we've got 17 deals. Guess what I'm going to do next, folks? What do you reckon my next move is going to be with this interesting website? And you noticed, if you look closely, that I even deleted the Firebase record. Shall we do it one more time? Here we go. So look on the left-hand side. I'm getting quotes. Here's my quote request thing. It's going to show me the number of deals found. These are real deals. It's live. It's a real-time database. We've got a wee animation, a progress bar, just something to keep them entertained. By the way, if I delete this quickly, watch what happens. Finishes up quickly, then redirects. There you go. Now that is the living definition of technically cool. And that's right, oh spam. That's right, oh spam, you crazy rock and roller. I am going to delete it. I'm going to delete the whole damn thing because Firebase is bullshit. That's right, Firebase is bullshit. And this is the place where you get the information that nobody else tells you. Why do you think Firebase is bullshit, anybody? Does anybody know why Firebase is bullshit? Can you take a guess? And it's ahoy, ahoy, to rage on. Nice to see you, Ray. Welcome, 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 welcome to the club. Oh no, I'm getting rid of it. I'm getting rid of it right now. Right now, I'm getting rid of it. And you will all think I'm a bit mad, but then when I explain why I'm getting rid of it, you'll all think that I'm a raving genius. So let's start deleting all of the Firebase bullshit. So I'll do a wee get add all. I'll do a wee get commit. Getting ready to delete Firebase stuff. Now, Firebase might be good for other sites, but it's not good for this site. I'll tell you why, right? Here's why. And this is the information that they don't give you. If I have Firebase on the left-hand side and I update the left-hand side here on the database, immediately, like within about 1/10 of a second, it updates on the right-hand side. It's a staggering technology. In fact, it updates so fast that your eyes cannot even make the trip from the left side to the right side. It's amazing, amazing speed. The problem is, that's all very well if you happen to have the real-time database in front of you and blah, 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 blah. However, what they don't tell you, what nobody in YouTube will tell you, is that even though it's all very well to do that and that changes and it updates, oh, look how fast it is. In real life, that initial connection between your application and the Firebase database, that initial hooking in, specifically where you create a new record and do an update request using PHP, that takes about 1 second. Who'd have thought it? So the big con, ladies and gentlemen, is that yes, you can look at the screen and update the database and it's real time, and aren't we all geniuses? But the big con is that it takes PHP about a second to execute each update and each delete. Now what that means is, if we do one more quote request, and this video shall age well, I'm going to show you something. Let's do another quote request, right? And what we're going to do is we'll see how many deals it gets with Firebase. Now there's Firebase on the left, right? I reckon it's going to get about 17 deals. These are live deals coming in from the web. I reckon it's going to get about 17 of them. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete Firebase and use alternative techniques. Actually, I'm going to use vanilla JavaScript. And I don't know if any of you are into gambling. All right, there you go. So we've got 19 deals this time, right? 19. Can somebody remember that number? I'm going to type it in here. 19 deals with Firebase, right? There you go. So I'm going to delete Firebase. I bet you anything I can double the amount of deals that this fetches if I delete Firebase. What do you reckon? Shall we dance? Shall we dance? Oh yes, we shall. So let's get rid of all of this Firebase garbage. I'm done with it. So let's see here. Right, let's see. So if we, it's probably a good time to bring up our thing. Okay. Now the goal here with all of this, hang on, I have a wee to-do list. Okay. Yeah, I had Chat GPT writing Star Trek poetry last night. I know, it's a bit weird. It was really stupid. It was kind of for this daft podcast that I was part of. You don't want to know about it. Anyway, right. So, I reckon I'm going to get probably between 35 and 45 if I get rid of Firebase. That's what I'm predicting here, okay? So let's see if I'm right. Now the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say Firebase and just find all of the references to Firebase. There's my settings. I don't care because I'm getting rid of it anyway. Firebase is going to go. So let me head here. Oh, Coco, give me a break, man. Right. I'm going to take all of these references to Firebase out. Now, I don't know how long this is going to take. I really don't. But let's... What do you want, Coco? Okay, so we'll make a random string here, maybe 16 characters for the search token. Previously I had the search token coming in from Firebase. You can see I've got something here that's updating numFound. So basically just all of the stuff that references Firebase, I'm taking it out. And again, I don't know if this will take 2 minutes or 20 minutes. But let's just do the best that we can. Now, just to make sure that we've really got rid of this thing, I'm gonna rename this Firebase thing to not in use. So I'm really taking it out of action. In fact, I'll even chuck in a die statement here. So you would agree, I hope, that we've now got rid of Firebase. At least I hope we have. So now, will the app work? Probably not. But let's just make sure of that. Okay, Coco's decided to start meowing and all of that. So could you give me just a wee minute? I have to go and deal with this. I'll be right back. Just give me a few seconds. I'll stick some sounds on actually. Oh gee. Hold on. Alright, let me see what's up with Coco. Give me a wee minute. Alright kids, we're continuing with this stuff, and I'm looking for a thing that says delete Firebase ref. And if I'm right about this, then this is the biggest lesson ever in keeping things simple, you know. So here we go, we've got errors everywhere. I mean, I've basically just gone and broken a, a perfectly functional site. It took me about 2 weeks to get that going. But let's just see what we can do with this. I'll just do this too. Okay, now it says it looks a wee bit like it's trying to load up Firebase, so I wonder what it's going to do when it finishes here. Not much. Alright, so let's see if we can figure out what's causing those errors. That would at least be something, right? So this runs up a file called Ahoy, and don't I know how to name them? Ah, I know what it is. I've got some code in here which is called Firebase code. Do you see it? Here it is here. Quite happy to show you. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. But I'm going to take it out right now. Okay, so we're taking that out, and then we'll take this out here. So again, it's going to be broken. I mean, it might take me 20 minutes to really get this thing happening. Alright, well at least we've not got an error message. Okay, well, something's happening. Oh, I got 2 deals. Well, that's good, right? That's good. 2 deals we got. I can see I've got a random key up here, so it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Now, I reckon that now that I've got Firebase out the way, I reckon I can get loads of deals here. So let's just see how that could potentially work. I'm going to go to this activate providers thing. Now remember folks, this is not a tutorial, you know, it's not a tutorial. But I can see here we've got, it looks through each of the providers. Now a provider is a company that sells car leasing products. And for each and every one it runs a thing called fetch quote. Fetch quote then does what it's going to do, and then I'm just going to console.log HTTP status. This is going to be like a good education, you know. Let's see what this does. So we'll go back here. I'll bring up this console thing. I don't think I need to be looking at this Firebase thing anymore. Alright, here we go. Oh, now look at this. Quotes boss update num found. That's the mistake that we've got, right? So let me... Now where's that being called from? 34. Okay, so that is coming out of here. Okay, so we've still got 2 deals, but let's go back. And now we're going to say get quotes now. Now I'm going to formally predict that we get about 35 deals here. So now every time that says great success, that's a new quote coming in. Already I can see that it's faster. It looks like it's doing a really good job here. So let's let it do its thing. Now we don't know how many deals there are for sure, but we should be able to find out in a minute. Here we go. And look at that, 47 deals. And you will know that my name is the web developer extraordinaire. I was right. I was absolutely right. So there you go. And I had said in the chat room we had 19 to beat. Now we have just got 47. And how did we get 47 deals? By removing Firebase. Thank you very much indeed. Now let's see what you folks have got for me. Pretty amazing, isn't it, Gear? This is the stuff that they never teach. This is the stuff that you'll never find them talking about, you know? Instead, they're all just hanging about. And do you see what just happened? The reason why it got twice the amount of deals is because what nobody's talking about is that it takes approximately 1 second for PHP to connect to Firebase, and that just slows down the whole darn thing. The minute you get rid of Firebase, you're cool. So that's really, really great. Now let's see what we've got here. I love PHP, but at the same time don't like web development. Now there's an interesting combo. Get lost in my code and all of that stuff. Most I've made is a booking system. Okay. Where do I find this track? Oh, let's get the track. I'll need to give credit to the streamer actually. This is this here. It's the relaxed movement. I can give you the URL if you want. Let me see if I can paste that in, will you? How often do you stream? I stream every day. I'm trying to take days off. I don't know, but usually 6 or 7 days per week. I have a private members area. It's $5 a month. And next week is a big week, because next week I'm not going to be doing all of this type of stuff here. Next week I'm getting clients. So congratulations, the channel members. You get to see all of that happening for real. That's what you get here. Anyway, what is Firebase? Firebase is a real-time database, or at least it was. They've changed the definition to a bullshit ecosystem. But basically, its flagship product is a real-time database. That means that when the database changes, the page updates without refreshing. Okay, so yeah, that's what's all happening next week. It's not a huge channel. I mean, I think there's about 25 members or something like that. But we have a good old time, and you're very welcome to come along and join if you want and take the trip. I think next week is going to be a really good week, actually. Right, so there you go. Now, this leaves, I think, room for a little git commit, shall we? Shall we do that? So we'll do a wee git add all. Now, once again, folks, this is not, I repeat, I cannot say it enough, this is not a tutorial. So you get to see mistakes and everything going on. Now, as much as that was good, it's very, very far from perfect. Because, unfortunately, we have, well, we've got more deals, but we've lost our num deals found thing, which was a really nice feature, you know. So what we're going to do now then is I'm going to integrate a little bit of code that I was working on with Chat GPT this morning and see if I can make this update the num deals found so that we've got all of the benefits of Firebase, but without the fees and without the whole site slowing down. That's what we're going to do next, right? So the way that we do that is I'm going to go to my activate. No, what are we going to do here? Yeah, let's go to, I'm thinking. Okay, let's go to activate providers. This is going to be a useful thing. And I'm also going to look for this little test file here, right? This is going to be quite useful for us. Now, there's a few values that I'd like to have here. I'm going to go to activate providers, head up here. Now that view file gets called with searching run, and none of this will make sense, but I'm going to create a little thing called data check num found delay, and I'm going to set it to 4,000. Now that's the amount of seconds between each check how many deals you've got. We're going to be using a technique called long polling. This is where you do basically an interval, and every 4 seconds we fetch how many deals have you found, how many deals have you found, how many deals have you found. Now it's considered to be kind of old fashioned and a wee bit old school. One of the problems is that you'll get like 8 deals found, 13 deals found, 18 deals found, and I don't want that. I want incremental stuff going on. It will just look nicer, you know. So we're going to do long polling, but we're going to do long polling ninja style. Once again, we are using techniques that you will not find anywhere else. Now watch how I break into PHP and I chuck in that variable. Kind of cool. Also, you can see that I've got a thing that says start point 4. That is just because the progress bar, believe it or not, it looks garbage. when I start it at 0. I know it's a shallow point, but there you go, right? So we've now got that. We've got our percent complete thing. I don't think we need... Let's have a look here. Percent done, display percent. Yeah, that's probably all right, actually. Now, what's going to happen is this is our activate providers thing, right? And you can see here that we're fetching quotes. So all of this is to do with fetching quotes, right? But now we're going to build an interval, or initiate an interval, or initialize an interval that gets the number of deals found so far. So the way that you do set interval is you just do exactly the same as set timeout, except instead of saying timeout, you say interval. So you just say interval. It's exactly the same as set timeout. Set timeout is, of course, the most powerful feature in all of JavaScript. And so we're going to get this check found delay thing. And every 4 seconds, we're going to have this little thing go find out how many deals we have found. That's what's going to happen. Now, I'm going to console.log. I truly don't know if we've got a search token, so let me just say search token is, maybe just go like that. That's all I'm going to do, okay? So let's just save that, and we'll bring up our inspector, bring up the old console. Let's have a little search and keep an eye on the console here. So it's going to wait 4 seconds. And you'll see that we do have a search token. That's excellent news. Okay, now I don't need to hang about anymore. So now that we know that we've got a search token, we're going to figure out how many deals have been found. So in order to do that, we're going to do what's called a GET request. That's an HTTP GET request, and we are going to do this like a man. That's the way that we do our GET requests. Let me show you what I mean. Const HTTP equals new XML HTTP request, HTTP.open. It's going to be a GET request, and we're going to go to the find num found URL. Now, what on earth is that? Well, let's go back upstairs. We'll do another wee constant here. Find num found URL. And I'll break into PHP and say that it's the base URL. Then I'm going to say live deals. Let's just call it count num found. And then we'll add on our search token. So there's a little URL for you. And there you go. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do a GET request that goes to that URL. I haven't made the URL, but we'll make it in a minute. So set request header, content type, application JSON, and I'm going to say HTTP send. So that's going to send our GET request. Now, we're going to then add a little onload. And so I'm going to say const num. Oh geez, I don't know if I've got num found declared already. Let me just check. Well, you know what? Let me do a wee experiment. Num found is... Now, that might break it. Let's see what the autocomplete's saying. Alright, let's just break the thing. I'm looking out for some variables that might be lying around here. Okay. So I'm going to console.log the HTTP status Then I'm going to console.log the HTTP response text. Okay, now let's make this endpoint up. I said that the endpoint was going to be at live deals count num found. Alright, so let me head into live deals, and we're going to say right around here a little function called count num found. Now this is going to take in a search token. I'm going to say params search token is segment 3. Then I'm going to do a little SQL. I'm going to say, actually, hold on a minute, on the model. Well, can you believe it? We have a count where I can use this. So let's just say that num found is this model. Now you can see all of the fields it's looking for, right? So the column is going to be search. Oh gee, I'm pretty sure it's search token. The value is going to be segment 3. We're reading that from the URL. The operator is going to be equals. I'm okay with that. I'll just go like that with that one. The order by is fine. That can be ID. And the target table so the table is going to be live deals. Alright, now let's give this thing a little try. We're going to echo num found with a die statement. And now let's just see what we've got. I think the first thing that I need is a token. So I'm going to go to live searches. Oh no, pardon me, LC deals. That's where the action is. Now we're looking for a token here. There's one there, right? So I'll copy that, and I'm just going to do that so I don't lose it. So it's going to be on live deals / count num found. Chuck in the token. Okay, it's called LC deals. I got the wrong table name. There you go, that is fantastic. Now just to make sure that everything is cool, I'm going to say set type num found int. That's going to always guarantee that whatever that returns, it will be an integer. Maybe I don't need to do that. Do you know that? You know what? Let me try something. I might not need to do that. I'm not going to do that. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Var dump num found little die statement. So it's going to say that that's an integer. Now let's imagine that we add in a duff token, which is something like that. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. We're not going to do any set type. So basically, we'll just do an HTTP 200 response code, which we don't need to do actually, but you know, I'm a perfectionist. What can I tell you? What can I tell you? And there is our count num found. So now let's go back to the original quote thing. The console is open. I'm going to hit about. This is speed coding in full formation. Have you ever seen anything like it? Have you ever seen anything like it? Now keep an eye on the console on the left hand side. http.onload. Oh jeez. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. We're not going to have that. Okay, so activate providers. Here's our thing. So HTTP. Right, okay. So what we want to say is onload equals function. It's kind of like that. That's the way that it's going to go. Okay, let's try that again. So we're going to say get quotes now. Now keep an eye on the console, bottom left hand side. I'll make it a bit bigger. Now you can see that it says num found is not defined. Okay, that's kind of cool. Good. Let me do num deals found. I just want to see if that works as well. So I'll go back home and we'll try this again. We're going to say get quotes now. Num deals found is not defined. Okay, I'm delighted with that. So I was just making sure that I didn't have them defined anywhere else. There's a lot of variables here. Okay, so what are we going to do? Well, you see this display percent here? I'm not actually doing anything with it. So I'm going to copy this. And when we arrive here, I'm going to call this thing start. Or start value, right? And I'm going to just console.log start value. Maybe do something like that. Few arrows just so that I can see the darn thing, you know. Now what I'm looking for here is the number 4. Okay, so you can see it's 4% done, right? We're looking here for the number 4. There it is, there's the number 4. That's excellent. So we've got that, right? The next thing that we're going to get is the end value. So I'm going to say, you know, this can be a const now that I think of it. So we're going to say that the const end value is going to be parse int of HTTP response text. Okay, so let's now just console.log. We'll do the same again, but this time we're going to say end value. And we are going to together get the end value. There you go. Okay, so all of this is gonna, we're basically gonna be replacing Firebase in a super cool way here that you'll see in just a minute. So I'm gonna say get quotes now. We're just looking for start value and end value. That's all we need. It's gonna wait about 4 seconds. And there it is. So do you know what? I'm an idiot. This this has got nothing to do with the jeez. This has got nothing to do with the start and end value. That's the percent. I'm a real idiot. Okay, well in that case, let's try something else. Let me just say let num deals found is 0. So let's now say that the start value is num deals found and the end value is that. Okay, so let me just try this. Start value, I'll just be really clear about this. Okay, here we go again. That was a stupid mistake. Alright, here we go. The 4 is irrelevant. Ah, there you go. So 0 and 4. And then 0 and 11. Right, perfect. That is excellent. Right. So, we've now got this start value and we've got an end value. So what we're going to do now is we're going to add in a little function that I prepared. This was built with this chat GPT thing. And it's called update num found element. I'm going to copy this. Head here. And let's just chuck this right in here. Okay. Now it's updating the wrong element actually. But what it does is it increments all of the numbers between the start value and the end value. And then finally we're going to change this num found thing at the end of its wee loop here. So we're going to just say num deals found, and it's going to equal I, by the way. And that is pretty much that. Now, I think completely by mistake, I've got this doing the percent complete div. That was a mistake. It's actually a thing. Let me just find it here. Yeah, do you see how that says fancy text? That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about on this fine day of all days. So what we're going to do then is, let's take out this percent complete div. We're not doing anything with it. But let's do this fancy text, and we're going to say .innerHTML equals, and let's just say I, and then deals found, like that. Okay, so if I've been lucky, now it should update the num deals found, right? Here we go. So it's going to wait 4 seconds. Now watch where it says let's rock and roll. Damn. Alright, I think I know what it is. I think I've got to call this thing. Here we go. Alright, here we go again. So get quotes now. Keep an eye where it says let's rock and roll. Start is not defined. Well, of course it's not defined. Let's start value, end value. Here we go again. Okay, keeping an eye. Come on. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, do you see it? That's good. Alright, now there was only a few things that were wrong with that. One of the things wrong is that well, for one thing, we missed a space, you know. So let me go to the thing that updates the element here. Okay, now I'm going to do something in here. I'm going to make a thing called entity name. Space out and then do something like that. Now I suppose I could use backticks and make this all a wee bit fancier, but let me just say const entity name equals, and I'll do one of those ternary operators. So if I is equivalent to 1, then entity name is going to be deal. So 1 deal found, otherwise it's going to be 2. And then something like that. So let's just give that a wee try, see what that's looking like. So keeping an eye on let's rock and roll. You can see it says 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's really, really good. Do you see that? Really, really good. Now, you saw the problem though. The problem is that it keeps going back to 1 every time. which, well, it's far from ideal. Now I can see that we've got an I here. Do you see this for index, and it's doing some kind of loop? It's very dangerous, I think, when you're coding and you have variables all having the same names like this. So, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Well, I'm gonna change the name of the variable for a start. So I'll call it J or J. Yep. Like I say, it's even with scope management and all of that stuff going on, you're really as well just not having anything to do with having all the same variable names, you know. Alright, so I think I've got rid of that. I'll just make sure it's good. So if we go like this, now I don't think it'll be fixed, but I'm just making sure my variable name has not broken anything. There you go. Oh, J is not defined. Num deals found equals J. Ah, so that's the mistake. So around about here, if we chuck that in here, so now what's going to happen is, I think it should work now. So keeping an eye out. Now you'll see it incrementing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now it's going to go from 5 to about 11. Look at that. See? See? That's excellent. That's really, really excellent. Right. So now we're going to do something super cool. What we're going to do now is we're going to add in a little text flare, you know? So I'm looking. I've got this function here called add text flare somewhere. I'm going to see if I can find it. Here it is here. So let's make it so that every time we update this thing, we're going to call add text flare. Now watch what this does. As the page runs, you're going to see a beautiful wee effect coming in as the deals come in. There they are. See them? Look, it's like pulsating. Look at that. And now when people look at that, they'll say, oh wow, look at all of the deals coming in. And it's exactly like Firebase, except none of the bullshit. Now we're not being held back. Haha. It's really good, isn't it? Okay. Now, I think that there were too many text flares there and it got a bit mixed up. So let me take that out of here. I'm going to go to this point here. And I'm going to say if if n value is greater than start value, then we'll do a text flare. Then we update the num found. So that's going to look quite nice. Here we go. So let's get quotes now. So look out for the text flare when it finds the deals. And there you go. That's what we're talking about. Oh people, do you hear me? That's what we're talking about. And I quite like it, you know. Now, the whole idea of this page, the footprints, the progress bar, all of that stuff, all of it is designed to basically just keep them entertained. We need to keep them on that page. And we have a few friends showed up. Let's see who's here. We've got... let's see who's new here. Martin Knights is here. It's ahoy to Martin. And Andrew here. Access to what projects? Exactly. But nice to see you, Andrew. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Okay, so it was a tutorial on my eyes. Oh, thank you very much. And we have Ashish in full formation. Welcome to you. Welcome to you. Well, I'm planning on doing a tutorial on... I've got a lot of tutorials to put out. It's just finding the time, you know. So hopefully I'll have that done soon. Now, here's a question. Is everybody having a good day? Well, I hope so. I'm looking at the poll here, and you folks are saying that this is a good time to start a web development agency. So maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe that's what I'll do. I don't know. But Monday is my birthday, and Monday is takeoff day. I'm done hanging about the hen house, wondering where my next fiver's coming from. Do you know what I mean? I'm done with it. So that'll be cool, and I look forward to next week. Members of the channel, you lucky things, you get to see what I'm going to be doing. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I'll figure it out when I get there. But whatever I do, it's going to be real, you know. So now, updating the num found in a super cool way. And was it not a super cool way, ladies and gentlemen? Was it not? Yes, it was. Now, as a reminder, this is not a tutorial. This is real web development. And real web development means that mistakes happen, and sometimes you come on and just make a bungling idiot out of myself. Well, you don't come on, but I come on and it happens. It's just the way it goes, you know. But if there's one thing I've learned since faffing about with web development, is that sometimes it can be a slightly lonesome little game. And if you can get a few folks coding along, and I don't necessarily mean doing the same project, but you know, basically I guess I'm saying you don't have to code alone. Now, surely Andrew is not suggesting that I should just be giving him all of my websites. I don't know what that comment means. Anyway, yeah. Right, so what we're going to do next? Let me look at the old to-do list. I do have a wee list of stuff. It's kind of a nice checkpoint, that. So we're going to deal with similar vehicles. We're going to deal with... right, okay, cool. Cool. Okay, so unfortunately I am going to have to add one or two other things onto this list. So one of them is going to be deal with early finishes. Deal with early finishes. 2, deal with invalid tokens, including an expiry page. And then I'm gonna take that one up here and do this one. Now the real magic of this system is going to be when you get it finding similar vehicles. And that is all to do with, well, the idea is, let's imagine somebody searches for a Mercedes Benz. Well, let's imagine they search for a BMW, but a Mercedes Benz is available. And the Mercedes Benz might be a better car because it's got a higher on the road price. That's what this is referring to here. So I'm going to write an algorithm that finds similar vehicles, and it's going to include similar vehicles in the results. You'll see it coming up. Now, it'll probably take me 4 or 5 hours, but at least the intention is there, you know. Now, would you mind if I topped up? Oh, geez, Andrew, God bless you. Aye, of course. Aye, I see what you're saying, man. Dude, 100%. I will give you, not only will I be glad to do tutorials about that, if there's anything I've done today that you want, right now, just asking, it's yours. I've got a Firebase module. I've got a few other things. I can tell you this. And I wonder if that's Andrew Suarez. I owe him an email. Anyway, if you look at the Trongate website here, and have a wee look at how unpopular this framework is. If you haven't given this framework a star, could you please consider giving us a star here? This is depressing. 742. Imagine working on a project for 4 years and you only get 742 stars. Holy moly. Anyway, I'm not going to get too depressed about it. If you go to the module market here on the website, and then have a look at this thing called Cool Mobi. This is a theme that you can get for free. Here's screenshots, right? Here's a purple one. It's got different colours. And if you look real close, I think you'll find that the site we're doing today is using this theme. So here's my site. And I've changed the header a wee bit. But if I bring it in here, can you see, look at the footer. Do you see how it's the same? This is basically the Cool Mobi thing. Here's our side nav, which in my case has not got anything in here. But the point is, most of the stuff that I'm doing you can get, if only you would consider tuning into this incredible framework that we have. Oh, hallelujah. I do like this Cool Mobi design, you know. It's a favourite of mine. Oh, it's you. Right. Awesome. Am I right in saying, Andrew, and I'm so glad you're here, am I right in saying, I was meaning to, got you. That's awesome. I owe you a message, right, Andrew? I owe you a message. I remember it. I got in touch. Look at my viewership. Jeez, oh. It looks like an arse. Right, okay. So, okay. I'm saying a lot of okays because I'm just trying to confirm that is the Andrew Suarez that I had in mind. Alright, so he's asking, I'd like to play with the JS code that does the fetch coupons, if you can share it. I don't know what you mean by fetching coupons. If you could clarify that. Coupons. I don't know what you mean. Don't know what it means. Right. So, I actually need to send Andrew a message. I owe him a message, and I'll tell you what it is. In fact, maybe I can tell all of you what my ideas and things are, because I put out a notification about a week ago, and I said in that thing that my brain is an explosion of ideas recently, and it really is. I have so many ideas for apps that I want to build, but I just don't have the time to do them, even though fetching data. I've got you fetching data from Firebase. Do you know what, Andrew? That's no problem at all. I'm going to add it to... Let me see here. Well, if you have a look, I'll show you the module. Here's my Firebase module. Here it is right here. And you can see we've got get, we've got create, update, set and delete. You can also see that I've got a wee bit of starter.js here. Everybody will see my settings, but it's a fine crowd and I trust you to all be cool. I'm taking this down anyway, it doesn't really matter. But the idea is that you get your config, you paste it in, and then you add something like that. So here's what we'll do, Andrew. If you can give me a wee bit of time, I will package this up and I'll put it on the module market, and I'll do a tutorial on YouTube. How does that sound? Fair enough? So basically it's a full Trongate integration, and you'll be able to read your database in real time and also use PHP. You can see the functions here, right? So would you be cool with that? Hopefully. Alright. Well, folks, could you give me just a wee minute? I'm going to top up the old black coffee here, and then we'll move forward, alright? So just to be clear, and I'll say this to Andrew, I think there's a delay. Okay, you got the message, cool. Alright, so just give me a few moments, folks. I'll be right back, just topping up the old coffee here, and then we'll move on to the next phase. And don't you worry about a thing, Andrew, I'll have it up shortly. And I don't know if I should... I'm just thinking. No. Let me get a coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes, okay? Alright. Stay cool. Stay cool. Firebase is alright, you know, but it's just not for this app. Alright folks, alright. We are back, we are here, we are clear, and we are ready to rock and roll. I do look forward to adding that Firebase thing, and you'll see it very soon. So what we're going to do now is we're going to deal with early finishes. Now let me show you an example of what an early finish is, right? So imagine, let me see, let's get my sound right here. Okay, so imagine if somebody's getting a quote request and something happens. Maybe everybody has found all of the deals really quickly or something like that. I know I'm all over the place, but the point is, let's imagine that after 4 seconds everybody's finished. So I'm going to do a reset timeout. I'll just simulate this thing. We're going to wait 4 seconds, and there's going to be a thing called fast finish. Here it is right here. Now if we look at fast finish, that is going to basically just move the progress bar really quickly. And let me just demonstrate this. So after 4 seconds we're just going to say fast finish. Again, watch closely. Now what you should see here is it starts slow, and then after 4 seconds it's going to speed up, right? So here we go. We'll go like this. I'll inspect, make sure there's no errors. And there you go. Did you see that? So that works, and it worked first time. So I'll show you again. Look how it starts slow. Then after 4 seconds, boom. Excellent. So that's the fast finish feature, right? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So now we know that that works. So what we're going to do is the following. Okay, I'm going to go to quotes boss. I'm going to take this out. Now alright, just 1 minute. Does this get called anywhere? I think I'd like to find out. Okay, so I can see I've got a thing here called stop URL. Let me go here. Okay, that's cool. So what's happening here is we've got a thing that says adjust progress elements. Now that changes our progress bar and stuff like that, you know. And when it gets to 100, we run a thing called everybody stop. Everybody stop sends an HTTP request to what's called a stop URL. It's at quotes boss everybody stop, which is up here. And so it's fine, no big deal. The thing that I'm really interested in though is the bit where we insert a new quote. So the name of the table is LC Deals. I think the quote insert happens here. Okay, so I'm going to go to LC Deals. I'm looking for something that inserts a quote. Oh, here's something. Insert new quote. Perfect. So let's look at insert new quote, right? So we're inserting a new quote. Here it is. And there's our quote being inserted. But then, what do we do? What do we do? I'm just looking, forgive me if I'm a bit quiet, I'm trying to figure something out here. I'm basically trying to figure out how this works. Okay, one moment. Won't be long. Ah, there you go. Right, that's excellent. That is really, really excellent. Okay, so what we're going to test the early finish system here. I'll show you how this works. I think it's going to work first time actually. But to begin, I'll just clear all of the database tables. It seems like a reasonable way to start. And then I'll chuck this dock thing on the left, which kind of seems like the right place. And then, because I've cleared all of the tables, these are all empty. And I want to really keep an eye on this live searches table here, which is currently empty. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'll have the database on the left actually, like this. And we'll have the website over on the right like this, kind of like a mobile view. Now I'm going to hit get quotes now, but I'm going to how am I going to do this? You know what? I think I have to do a wee bit of work here. So, okay, just give me a wee second. Okay, so do you see how right here we've got this thing going on? Now, let's go to this end point. This count num found thing. So I'm going to go to live deals. Here's our count num found, right? Now we're counting the num found, and that's kind of nice, kind of nice. But I'm going to do something else. Quotes boss. Now, one moment. Okay, I'm seeing make sure still got active providers. I don't know why it does that, actually. I really don't. What is the purpose of this function? What was I thinking? So, make sure got active provider. Alright, okay. So that doesn't really do anything, truth being on. That serves... that serves no purpose at all there. So I'm going to take it out. And indeed, it doesn't even... oh, it makes no sense at all, this darn thing, doesn't it not? So, here's what we'll do. Let's make it so that this accepts a search token. And we're going to say... make sure search token valid and still have active providers. So I'm going to say that the record object is this model get one where search token is search token, and I'm going to get that from the live searches table. Alright. Now I'm going to get a little column called search status string, and then I'm going to get search status rows. Now let's just kind of assume failure, which is a thing that I like to do sometimes. Alright. Now, if the record object here is false, then we return result, and that's the end of the road, okay? Otherwise, we do this, and you know what? Let's not add extra lines just for the hell of it. Alright, we'll just say return false here. And that's it. That is it. Perfect. So, what this is going to do then, I'm going to go to live deals, count num found. So let me quickly do this. Right, not much happening, not much happening. So I'm going to say get quotes now. I'll wait until we've got a few deals. Alright, now I'm going to interrupt. Good. Now, if I browse on this table on the left here, hopefully we'll have a few things. Good. I'm going to copy this token. Then I'm going to head to live deals, count num found, and paste in the token. You can see that it says that 12 deals have been found. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say this module quotes boss. How about if we say search token is segment 3, and then I'm going to say something like that. Now I'm going to var dump got active provider with a die statement. So this page is now saying true, which is kind of nice. However, if we go into this page and we say that this guy's finished and this guy's finished, and that's what happens when they are legitimately finished. So I've updated the database. I'm going to refresh. Now it says false, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say if got active provider is false. Well, I'll write a wee comment here. Make sure token valid and got one active provider. So if it's false, then I'm going to do an HTTP response code of 422. That means unprocessable entity. In plain English, I know what you want me to do, but I ain't going to do it. So now I'm just going to say finished and then do a die statement. So if that happens, we say finished, right? So I'm going to refresh top right hand side. You can see that it says finished, and you can see that we've got a 422. So now what that means is if I go back to the quote page here, and you can see that we're checking the num found, right? And we're looking at this response thing. Now we're going to say if the HTTP response text is equivalent to finished, so it's the word finished, right? Or if you want to be a bit more accurate, we could say if http.status is 422, then we're going to just say fast finish. I think that was the name of it. Else okay, so what's going to happen now, folks, is fantasticola. We're going to do our quote request again. I'll clear the tables. Where's my browse button? Where the heck is it? Alright, so that table's empty, right? So watch what happens here. I'm going to get quotes now, and then I'm going to finish early. Watch and I'll show you. So we're saying get quotes now, right? Now I'm browsing. You should see the deals coming in. There they are. And as it's coming in, I'm going to force a kind of simulation of a situation where all of my quote finders have finished early. Here we go. Watch it speeding up. Boom. See it speeding up? Boom. That's an early finish. and it's fantasticola. Thank you very much indeed, and you will know that my name is the Web Developer Extraordinaire. I think that's great. Man, I'm at the peak of my powers. I wonder how long this phase of life will last. I wonder how long. Now, one of the wee tips, I've said it before in here and I'll say it again. These console.logs are nice when you're building stuff, but they do use up memory and they do slow your app down. So don't forget to take them out once you've finished building, you know. Alright, so that's really cool. Now I'll go back to the old to-do list here. That's early finishes now working. Okay, so now we're going to deal with invalid tokens. Otherwise, expiry pages. Mario's in the house. How you doing, Mario? It's very good to see you. You're so welcome. Thank you so much, Mario. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Good to see you, Mario. We have Stefan in full formation, don't you know? The full gang here. And thanks for keeping a look at the chat room. I have no idea what the alpha batch was saying. Was it one of those angry Laravel developers again by any chance? Oh, they've all got it in for me. Anyway, what can you do, eh? What can you do? Okay, so let me just now deal with what's called an expiry page. So here's how this is going to work. The idea with this one is, I really should get the home page working again, you know. Oh jeez, I'm all over the place. Right, here we go. Right, so the next little experiment I'm going to do is an expiry. So the visualization here is that somebody requests a quote, they get a quote, but then they come back or something happens and the thing's all been deleted from the database, you know. So that's what I'm going to call an expiry. So I'm going to say get quotes now. It's doing its thing. Now this time, over on the left here, I'm going to do one of those fast finishes again, but this time I'm going to delete the search thing. Now watch how it finishes up. It will finish up. See, it's gone fast and then it takes the user across, and now you can see that it's gone to this page called expired. So this is of course the next page that we're going to do. I'll make this a module. So like any decent module, it will have a controllers folder and a views folder. We're going to have a file called expired.php. Class expired, extend Stronggate, and then I'm just going to do an index. Oh. Alright, so let's now get this expired page looking decent, you know. Now the good thing is I did do one previously that I was quite happy with, so I'll save time and see if I can find it. Here it's here. And there is the stuff. There it is right there. So basically, all we're doing is we're loading up our nice little template here. Like that. Then we're going to create a view file by the name of expired. Okay, so there's that. And then, where on earth is the little blighter? Where on earth is it? Here it's here. Okay, so what we've done with that, actually before I do any local storage removal, I'll take this out. Let me just take that out for a minute. Okay, so it just says, oops, the page you've visited cannot be found. Perhaps the data has expired. That's all it's doing here. Now, I do want it to clear the local storage. I think it would be kind of a useful thing. So let me go to application. Here's my local storage here. In fact, let me clear all of this stuff. It's amazing the amount of junk that you pick up in it. So here we go. We're going to try a quote thing again. Now once again, just like before, I'll do this expiry vibe. So it's going to be an early finish. Deleting this. Now watch how it heads over to the expired page. There you go. So you see these things here, all of these things here, I want it to delete them. I think I had changed my variable names though, so I'm just going to make absolute sure that we're good. So we'll get manf ID, range ID, body style ID. Let me close this. Okay, manf ID, range ID, well there you go. So it's body style ID, body style ID. Then we've got my term, my mileage, my initial. And that's it. I'll flip these because I am a perfectionist. And that's it. So watch how these local storage variables clear. Boom. And then when we hit try again, it's going to take us to the home page. And that is perfect. Alright, so we are moving. What an incredible day. I tell you what, things are happening, and once again, this is not a tutorial. This is not a tutorial. This is real web development, commercial web development. And as a matter of fact, I've got an appointment with, not formally set in stone yet, but I've told one of the guys I'm going to meet up hopefully within the next 2 weeks. So in 2 weeks' time, I'm going to be sitting over the table showing somebody this who's very high up in the industry. And fingers crossed, you know. Fingers crossed. But this is just a sort of early prototype that I'm sick looking at, but at least I'm going to hopefully have it finished soon. Okay, so I hope you're having a good day, whatever you're doing. Anybody working on anything exciting? Let us know. Let us know what you're working on and spread the vibes. Alright. Thank you, Andrew and Gear and Stefan and Mario and all of that for your positive comments. I do appreciate it. My self-esteem needs all the help it can get. Once again, this template, if you want it, is available from the Trongate Module Market for free. It's called Cool Mobi. Here it is here. And you too can have a design that looks a bit like that. It's all free. Alright. Okay, so what we're going to do next, let's have a look. I just want to blitz all of these things one by one, you know. So we've got similar vehicles, we've got existing quotes, we've got... Right, let's deal with this one. Let's deal with this one. Let's deal with these two, because they're just annoying me. Oops. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do then is I'm going to improve the drop downs. As I've been sitting here, you'll notice that there's a whole lot about this page that doesn't work. The links on the home page, my left nav, there's just a ton of stuff that doesn't work for one reason or another. I think I have to fix all of it actually. It's a wee bit designish, it's a wee bit miserable to watch, but I think it's about time that I fixed all of that stuff. So would that be cool? Would it be cool? Let's do it right now. And I'll make some notes here. So let's just do a list of all of the things that need to get fixed from a design perspective. So we've got the left slide nav, that needs to get fixed. I've got the top logo home links, they need to get fixed. So imagine, does that work? That's actually, oh, the bottom section. Let's do the bottom section. I don't know what they're gonna say, but we'll figure it out, okay? That would be that. Then we're gonna fix the drop downs because they're not very good so far. Okay, now all of this is probably going to take about an hour or something. I don't know, but I'll just get going anyway, and we'll see how it goes. So I'll keep this console thing open. Now, let's see, why is this empty? If we view the page source, look down here, you'll see we've got a thing called app. Now, it's app.js, right? So I'm going to go here, app.js, and I'm looking for something to do with opening a slide nav. Ah, now look at this. We've got a thing called slide nav links. So let's just console.log type of slide nav links. I have no clue what slide nav links is, by the way. I have absolutely no clue. But we'll do a hard reload. You can see that it says object. So let's now go console.log json.stringify slide nav links. Again, we're just seeing what it says. Now it looks like it's empty. I'm now gonna say console.log. I'm gonna say slide nav links.outer HTML. Ah, now look at this. We've got UL and then we've got auto populate true. See that? Where in the name is that coming from? I have no idea. So let me have a wee look at the page source again. And I'm going to search for that. Well, there you go. Auto populate equals true. Do you see it? So we'll open up themes, cool movie. It's the purple one. Head in here. And I'm going down to the slide nav. Here it is right here. So on this slide nav, it looks to me, if I look at app.js, yeah, it looks like this is looking for some inner HTML of some sort. Now, I don't want to do any guesswork here and potentially break it or something. So let me have a look at the Trongate site, because it's a similar type of thing, even though they look different. Okay. Right, okay, so that's saying autopop. I've got you. So we're not going to paste in there. What it's doing is, it says, look, if you've got that, look for a thing called top-nav. Now let's do this with the Trongate site, right? Do we have a top-nav? Well, there it is right there. And what it's doing is it's saying that the nav links is query selector top nav, and then it's getting all of the inner HTML. So in this case, if I copy this here, now let me do a little type of top. Well, let me just try something. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Okay, so I'm gonna console.log top nav is, and I'm gonna just say nav links dot outer HTML. I just want to see what we're working with, right? Here we go. Cannot read properties of null. Okay. So if it says top nav is null, that'll be interesting. It does say it's null. Excellent. So what we're going to do then, and that pretty much answers our question, we're going to paste in here. This is the type of thing that it's looking for. Right around here. And I'm going to give this an ID of top nav. I'll paste all of this in here. Let's now save and refresh. Now if I click, you can see that we've got a whole bunch of links here. And I think that's kind of cool. So, there you go. Now let's think about the actual links that we might want a site like this to have. You can see we've got a few here. Home, about, news, get in touch. I think that's probably about it, now that I think of it. So let's do this. So home, let's do about, well actually let's do news. Let's do about here, maybe. Now I want to do one for get in touch. Now let's just see. Okay. Now this one is going to go to a URL by the name of contact us. So if we make this a bit smaller, then I'll refresh. Now I'm going to click. So you can see that we've got a few different bits and pieces here. Now for get in touch, I'll say FA envelope. Envelope. That's pretty cool. So home news, let's have a dashboard as well, shall we? Let's do that. So we'll give the companies a dashboard so they can log in and see how many millions they're all making. Now do you see as I'm hovering over this thing, this hamburger thing, I'm slightly disappointed that it's not giving me a wee hover icon. So let me jump into CSS, car leasing, and probably around about here. Let's just say cursor, pointer. So watch what happens. As I'm hovering, now you see we've got a wee pointer here. I can also see we've got a little cross here, and that is our close button. So we'll add in a comma here, hash symbol, there's the close button, and both of these are going to have that pointer. Now, do you see that? Little pointer. Perfect. Alright, now employee of the month, where are you? What's the font awesome icon for a dashboard? There you go. Do you know, I have stopped, I don't know about you folks, but in fact I'm going to do a wee poll in the room here. Mario, you were correct. Mario says, was there not a top nav? He was absolutely correct. You were correct, Mario, and we bow down to your vibe. He was absolutely right. So I have a wee question for the room, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. In fact, I'll see what your answer is before I get involved and give you my own answer. Yeah, that's really good. Okay. Okay, let me just do one more. What is a good font awesome icon for an About Us page? I think it's the info thing. I just want to make sure. FA info circle. Alright, we'll do that one. So let's just say FA info circle. I do like my new employee of the month, I have to tell you. Now where it says about, I'm going to just chuck in our name. There it is. Oh, that's so good. That is so damn good. Alright, now do the links work? Let's just check. Yes, 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 yes. Perfect. They're all looking great. So all I'm going to do now is a little style equals display none. There's actually a case for just hard coding it into this slide nav. I completely get that. But what can I tell you? I'm an idiot. So now, let's just see if we can get rid of some of these console.logs that were in here. That's awesome, isn't it? It's really, really great. Okay, so here was my question for the room, and I'm interested in your answer. The question I've got is this. How has ChatGPT affected your search engine use? Okay. I'm out of space. That's the question. So I'll read this one out, and it's been on my mind. How has ChatGPT affected your search engine use? Not at all. Are you using search engines slightly less? Are you using them significantly less, or hardly ever? This will be interesting, you know, because I heard that Google had been holding emergency meetings recently. Forgive me, I'm stretching here. Yeah, man, I heard that Google were holding these emergency meetings saying what we're going to do, and I couldn't quite understand it. And there you go. I mean, Martin himself just says it. He says, I no longer do searches for my code problems. And that is quite incredible, isn't it, when you think about it? So, we'll leave that running a while, but so far we're seeing that we use search engines significantly less and hardly ever. It's pretty major stuff, isn't it? It's pretty major stuff. I'll be asking you more stuff about ChatGPT, I think, as we go. But let's now go back here. We've now done the left slide nav, which is excellent. I feel good about that now. Finally, we have a little slide nav here. Okay. Now, we've then got some home button links that I'd like to get added, right? So let me just sort these, and I'll start from small and then move to big, you know. So if you take this thing here, okay, so this is going to be our link that goes to contact us. And this logo here, okay. So what we'll do with this is we're going to say, do you see how this is a class of logo? I'm going to look for dot logo. Maybe we'll have it about here. And I'm going to say that if we have a logo with an image, then we're going to have a border of 3 pixels yellow solid. I just want to see the thing. There we go. Okay, now let's just move. Okay, now let's keep on going with this. This thing here, okay, that's on header large, right? So I'm going to say class is logo. Now you'll see that yellow thing appear in a minute when I make this bigger. See how it's going yellow on the outside, right? So that one goes and that one goes. Now, I suppose I should maybe do the middle one as well, just in case. Just in case. So, oh, now that's saying logo -1. Well, I'm delighted to accommodate logo -1. So we go like that. Now, this is an ID this time, so we get a wee hash symbol. There it is. Excellent. So now you'll see the middle one lighting up with its yellow. There you go. Okay, looks good. Now let's take this one here. This is logo -2. So we're going to do exactly the same vibe. Here we go. You'll see a whole lot of yellow borders everywhere. Now, to be accurate, these are images within the things, like this. That's what we're talking about. There you go. So there's our logos, you can see. Now there's one there as well. Let's inspect. Now that's called logo 1B. There you go, logo 1B. There it is. So, check it out, we got our wee logos with the wee yellow things. Isn't that fantastic? Whole bunch of logos. So, I want to make it so that these logos are gonna have a little cursor pointer thing. I want people to know that if you click on them, stuff's gonna happen. There you go. Okay, so that, there we go. Nice. Very nice. Alright, loving it. Now the next thing that I'm gonna do is just thinking. Okay. I think I'm going to call the employee of the month. I have a variety of CSS elements that have a yellow border and that create a pointer when you hover. Can you give me the code for making it so that when the elements, when any of the elements are clicked, they take the user to HTTP. Let's just do that. Here is some CSS to help you to identify the elements. Now most of you watching can do this in your sleep, but I'm kind of curious to see how ChatGPT does this. Will it do an event listener? Will it add an on click? Who knows? So let's see what it does. It's always interesting to see. Well, that's the first thing it's doing that's kind of different. It's doing a very strange query selector. then sure enough we're doing an event listener. Right, that's awesome. That is fantastic. Pretty cool, isn't it? Now, I would not have done it that way. I think I might have done an event listener, but I would have... I don't know, man. I certainly don't think I would have done that query selector thing. So if we look at Cool Moby here, and let's think here. Yeah, if we look inside our public folder, now here's what we'll do. I'm going to add in a new file called carleasing.js, and that's right, folks, these are the SEO tricks that nobody told you about. So let's just I can keep that as it is, and when we click, we're going to go to the base URL. But before that even happens, let's just console.log. The base URL is base URL. Alright. Now that is carleasing.js. So we'll do this. carleasing.js. I'll bring up the console. Come on. Here we go. So the base URL is, and you can see that it's actually given as a base URL. So I must have that being declared somewhere. And you know what? I don't even know where. I have no idea where that's being declared. I think I'd like to find out if that's okay, because stuff like that can potentially become a wee bit annoying. There's nothing more irritating than having variables appear here, there and everywhere, and you don't even know where they're from, you know? So let's see if we can find out where, oh where, is this base URL being set. So I'll view the page source. Now, I'm not seeing anything here that... Oh, there you go. So it looks like we've got a base URL being declared here. And if I'm not mistaken, that base URL that we're looking at is probably part of the homepage content. Alright, it is. Fine. So let's take this out of here. We're gonna now refresh. It should say that we've not got a base URL. Perfect. So now we're gonna go to this Cool Moby thing. And right around here we'll chuck in our base URL right here. So now if we refresh, there's the base URL. All of the drop downs are looking beautiful. So okay, so back to this thing here, you can see that when we click, we're just going to take the user to the base URL. So that's basically it. So here we go, let's give it a wee try. If I click, it has gone to the base URL, that's good. Let's do it here. Base URL. I'm seeing the redirects. They're looking fine. Let's do this one. That's excellent. Right. Brilliant. 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 So now I'm going to take out the crazy border. Save. A wee refresh. And there you go. So now I've got these nice things. I mean, there's certainly a lot of ways to get back to the home page. And that's not bad, you know. Okay. Loving it. Right, so back to the old to-do list. That was the top logo and the home links. Now I'm going to just focus a wee bit of time on the bottom links here. So I think we'll have home, news, about. Yeah, that's it. So we'll make it really simple. We'll just go right downstairs here. So, and it's going to be for these links here. We'll just say home, news. Can I fit in about us? Yes, we can. You know what? Maybe I will just say about. So for contact, it's going to be FA envelope. There you go. For about, that's the about us thing. We'll use this. Very nice, very nice. Look at this, bottom of the screen, boom. Now we're going to get our newspaper in for the news section. There's a beautiful news section on the Tron Gate Module Market, a newspaper plugin. It's really, really nice. And if you want a news section for your website, it's all free. It's all free. What more could you want? I mean, this universe, have you noticed? I don't know if you've noticed yet, but we are laying stuff out for you here, you know. Myself and a few of the gods, we got together and we decided, let's lay some stuff out to make your life easier. That's what happened, and it's all there, you know. So if you're into that type of thing and you'd like to have a news section, head on over to the Trongate Module Market. It's all right there for you. All right. Now, this is going to have go to URL. I'll chuck in base URL and then news. Then we'll have here. So this is using a wee bit of JavaScript. And there you go. So that's our bottom one's now done. Now, oh, haha. Well, you know what? I don't have hovers here, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Not necessarily a bad thing. Because when you think about it, that's only going to show up on a mobile device. So, frankly, who even cares? But let's just test these navs out, shall we? If we go to expired, we get something like that. And I'm going to try and go back home. There you go. And there you go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right. Now let's take out the bit that says the base URL is. I think that has served its purpose. Remember, you don't want to leave too many of these console.logs lying about. They will. I've tested it. They really do slow down your app, and it's noticeable and everything. So don't forget to clear those out when you're doing them. Okay, moving on. So The home page is now really starting to come together here, I think. Hello to Yankaholic. Nice to see you, Yankaholic. How you doing? So Yankaholic asked, what am I comparing? I'm comparing car leasing deals. Simple as that, really. Would you like a BM? Would you like a nice car? Let me know. I'm your man. Alright. So, there's not a machine learning aspect to this yet, but there will be. I'll be glad to explain how that works if you want as well, but not today. Yankaholic, that's awesome, man, and I'm so glad you popped by. Let's see how our incredible poll is going. We had asked, how has ChatGPT affected your search engine use? The winner with a narrow lead is I use search engines significantly less, and I can tell you that I'm in that category as well. But 20% say it hasn't affected their search engine usage at all, and that's good. There's hope for us, you know. Let's have another wee poll, shall we? The next question I have for you is this. Will ChatGPT and or similar tech end or destroy all web development jobs? That's my next question. It's the big question. Let me know what you think. Comments are always welcome. And I know it sounds crazy, but I'm literally going to just pace up and down the room because I feel quite energized. So let me just stand up, stretch myself for a wee minute, and I'll be right back. Alright, well, what a bunch of optimists we have in our midst today. You apparently do not think that it's going to steal web development jobs. Well, I admire your optimism. Okay, I hope you're right. That's all I can tell you. I do hope that you are right. But this is the positive channel, of course, and I like to think that you are right. So here's hoping. Is it a good day? No, it's not. We have not had a GitHub star today. This is what I check this about 30 times a day. And if we don't get stars, there's hell to pay. In fact, let's write a funny poem about despair from not getting enough GitHub stars. It's how I'm feeling right now. Here's a poem about despair. Oh, GitHub stars, how I desire to see them shining bright like a fire. But alas, my repo's looking bare, with only, I should say, a handful of stars to share. That would fit in better. Thank you. I'll teach you later, ChatGPT. I've worked so hard, I've coded all night, hoping that my stars would take flight, but they just sit there so few and far, leaving me with despair like a falling star. I thought by now I'd be the king of all the repos with stars to bring. But it seems I'm stuck in this place where my stars are lost in cyberspace. This is bloody brilliant. So I'll keep coding and I'll keep trying, hoping that my stars will keep climbing. And if not, well then I'll just say, I'll still code on. Come what may. I love it. I frigging love it. That one has to go on the website, I think. That's really, really good. Can anybody beat that? What do you reckon? I think that's an excellent poem, actually. Sums up exactly how I'm feeling, don't you know? Okay, so let's have a wee look then. We are now going to fix the drop-downs because the drop-downs are knackered. I'll do a wee commit though because we have done some okay stuff here. So git commit I'm going to say oh geez. Alright, that was it. It was fixed, slide, nav, and also got top and bottom links working right. They're working right. There you go. Okay, so the next vibe is we're going to fix these drop downs, and what a bunch of broken drop downs they are. So let's just see if we can do this, right? Now I'm going to go like this. I'm going to choose a couple of different bits and pieces. You can see we've got a manufacturer's ID, a range ID, and a body style ID. Now let me refresh before we get too excited. And let me do that again. So we're going to say BMW, range. Let's go with a 3 Series Saloon this time. Now by the way, if we click on that, it's not going anywhere. We have to choose that. Now I'm going to hit find the best deals. Good. So this is asking for a term. How long do you want the car for? 24 months? Let's say we'll do 10th of a year. Oh, now did you see that? That was a mistake. That was a definite mistake. So, let's have a look at that. Okay, I actually have no clue what went wrong there. So, let me see if we can figure this one out. We're on additional options, options builder. So here's options builder, here's additional options. It loads up a thing by the name of options builder, and then it loads up a JS file, and that is the key. If you look at the source code, there's a little bit of JS here. There it is. It's called optionsbuilder.js. This is it here. Now, you can see that we've got okay, back to the home page here. I'm going to clear the decks, right? Okay, now let me open up Options Builder. I actually don't know what's removing it, so I'm going to have to do my incredibly scientific check technique here. Which is a bit of a downer. I suppose one thing this has got going for it is that it's kind of a universal technique, you know. This kind of thing, you can use it with any language, right? Alright. And as much as this is a bit of a, like I say, this is actually caveman coding, now that I think of it. But sometimes caveman coding can be good. Okay, so here we go. We'll refresh, and hopefully this will shed a wee bit of light on what just happened. So we'll stick with these BMs because I know that they work. Okay, now I'll keep an eye on the consoles here as we do this, and of course always keeping an eye on these things. So if we say 24 months, now again looking at the console, oh, base URL has already been declared. Well, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Where is it getting the base URL from? Anybody know? Well, I do see a base URL here. Let's just see. I don't think that's anything to do with a problem, by the way. Okay, I'll go up here and we'll go console.log options builder thinks the base URL is so options builder thinks the base URL is blah 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 blah. Base URL has already been declared at options builder 1469. It's all suddenly getting a wee bit confusing here. It's okay though, we can handle it. Let's take this out of here. Let's go here, let's refresh. So where is it getting this base URL from? Oh, how I wonder. Let's look at the elements. There simply must be somewhere here that does this. It has to be inside here. Ah, there you go. See that const base URL is? There's the error. Or at least one of the errors. So if we look at the options builder thing, it's additional options, options builder. And again, right around here, you're seeing that base URL gets declared here. Now, let me save. Let me refresh. And so now it's saying base URL is not defined. So here's what we're going to do with that. There is a vibe with this framework that is called additional includes. And here's how it goes. On our additional options thing, we're going to say additional includes, and it's the downstairs one, and that is going to be this optionsbuilder.js thing. So we're going to go like this. There you go. Now that right around there is going to be passed into our template. Here we go. Now I'm going to save and I'm going to refresh. Right, now let me look at the source code here. Right, we're not seeing that being included. So let's figure out how to do that. I'm going to go into this. Yeah, maybe around about here. Grab a little admin template. And you can see right here we've got additional includes bottom coming in. So if I go to the cool Moby thing, head here, chuck in additional includes bottom. Now watch what happens, because now when we refresh, damn it, array to string conversion. Holy moly. Okay, we're not going to freak out. We're not going to freak out. Let's look at templates. Now you can see that we've got a little bit of shenanigans here, which I'm going to copy. And then right here, I'm going to chuck that in. Refresh. And look at that. Now it's including the JavaScript. So now we have an error here, but if we refresh, okay, it's still saying that the base URL is not defined. However, the good news is that we can say const base URL is base URL. So now okay, now there's something. Give me a minute. Alright, so that's including here. Now let's take it out. So now we do that. There you go. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. So now we've got the base URL, which means that all of this stuff works. And we're now loading things in the proper manner. So here we go. Let's do a few selections. 3 series. Saloon. Gonna go like this. Now this is the moment where I want to really keep an eye on the console.log here, as well as on this application tab here. So I'm going to select a term of 24 months. Then an annual mileage of 10,000 a year. Now look at that, that broke it, right? So if I go back here, you can see that check 6 caused problems. So let's look at check 6. Okay. So, actually, let's see. I think I'd like to see where we're removing those items. It's really bugging me, and I don't know where it's happening. So let's try again. It cannot be that. It cannot be that. It can't be that. It could be that. I'm going to comment that out. And I'm going to just console.log rock and roll 1. I don't think it's that. Okay, let's see if that has fixed it. So I'll head back to the home page. I actually have no frigging clue why that happened. So let's really see if we can narrow this down, right? I'll return here where it says activate submit button. Do a hard reload, head back to the home page, and here we go again. So BM. It's still doing it. If we go to the console, it's just insane, isn't it? So I suppose I have to figure out what is it about that thing. So that's called select mileage. Let's look at select mileage. Okay, so I'm going to just say a little return statement here. Could that be the beginning of the solution? Well, I've certainly stopped the thing from messing up. So the question now is, what is it that's completely ruining the thing? Well, let's do a wee bit of caveman coding. Laurel. Hardy. That's right, folks. It's caveman coding. Somebody might say, why aren't you using the such and such unit testing suite? And the answer is because I don't want to wake up and be subjected to somebody's rewrite schedule, you know? Alright, so this is running our Laurel thing, so we know that it's somewhere in here. So if we look at our application, right, you can see the damage being done, right? So let's just take all of this out. It's one of those three, and I don't know which one it is. So here we go. What's it doing? What's it doing? Right. Okay, so far so good. Now let me do this open initial selector. I bet you that's causing the damage. I bet you it is. I don't know what it's doing there. So here we go. And there you go. So everything shows up. Actually, I stand corrected. It's one of these two that's causing the problem. So, man, this is a boring old stream, innit? Going as fast as I can, going as fast as I can. Now, that's not deleting. So that tells us conclusively that it's this load Google Analytics. That is our problem here. So let's do that. Now, if it disappears, we've confirmed our theory. We have confirmed our theory. So why the hell do we load this anyway? That's what I want to know. To what end? Well, let's just do a wee return statement here. And what that's going to mean is that we can do that. And if we bring up the console, that's excellent. Okay, so I think we're starting to get somewhere here. Now the question, of course, is why would I even load this Google Analytics thing? I'm going to backtrack. Okay, so let's just console.log disabled load Google Analytics. We'll say return. Okay, now I'm going to go like this. Actually, okay. Well, I'm not seeing anything here that I need to see what this load Google Analytics does. So it's carlease.js. This is a wee trick of mine, which is just me faffing about, really. So we've got a few functions. I see. And there you go. That's our code right there. That's the code that's breaking this. It could not be clearer. So let's take this out. Now I'm going to go back to the options builder. Where the heck is it? Here, it's here. So now I'm going to bring this Google Analytics back. And let's just see what happens now, right? So if we go to the home page, we'll have, let's have an Audi. Do this. We're going to hit submit. Okay, so that's not really that much use. Okay, I feel as if, as much as it's really painful for me to say this, I might have to rebuild that. Because it's just no working, you know. Martin says ChatGPT will not replace all web development jobs, but it will significantly reduce the number of developers needed. But those like yourself who have creative ideas will be able to achieve, oh, thank you very much, will be able to achieve a lot more without the need of hiring other developers. AI does not have a monopoly on creative ideas. Well, I love it, man. I love the energy, and I certainly hope that he's right. And you're all an optimistic bunch. 100% of you think it won't destroy web development jobs. I certainly hope that you're right, you know. So here's what we're going to do then. Let's rename this as Options Builder Old. I am going to rebuild this wretched drop down thing, because sometimes when you're building, you know, it's like when you run into problems, there are moments when you're as well just, frankly, just starting again, you know. So I'm going to redo this. It won't be as bad as it seems though. So if we just do something like this and then head in here. Okay, now I'm looking at the thing and it says it cannot find optionsbuilder.js. So we're now in the business of rebuilding that. So it's a new file. I'm just going to redo the whole damn thing because I am the web developer extraordinaire. Whatever I made, I must have been having a bad day. Alright, so here we go. Let's just do this. There you go. Now the very first thing that this is going to do is we're going to check that the user has got a Manf ID, body style ID and a range ID. That's the very first thing that we're going to do. So let's just say make sure the user has selected make, range and model. Okay, I think I'm going to call upon the employee of the month. We all know how to do this, right? I have a web page, but I'm just curious to see how it writes it, if you know what I mean. I want my web page to check for the existence of 3 local storage variables. These are named. Let's chuck them in. And again, we all know how to do it. I know that you know how to do it, you know. Do you think I don't know? Do you think I don't know? I know that you know. And you know that I know. But the whole point is we're trying to figure out A, what best practices are, and B, just kind of try to get our heads around this thing, you know. Alright. So, range ID and body style ID. Each of these 3 local storage values should be integers that are all greater than 0. If any of them are not set, or if any of them are not integers, or if any of them are less than or equal to 0, I would like a console.log missing stuff message. Right, let's just see how it does it. I'm kind of curious because checking for the existence of local storage is a wee bit awkward, I find. So let's just see. Okay, so if that, or that, or that, or that, else. Oh, now we would not have done that, right? I would never have written it that way. I thought it was going to do an array. I'm going to ask it to do that actually, because I think the array method might be better. Is there an alternative way to do this using an array called required local storage? Vars. Let's just see what it does there, right? No, that's the way that I would have done it. I would have done an array and then looked through them. So you can see that that's what it's doing here. Okay. That's... which one do you reckon's the best? I kinda prefer this one, even though it's more lines of code. I don't like multiple else ifs, you know? So I'm gonna go with that one. Thank you, Employee of the Month. We are very pleased with what you've done there for us. Now instead of it saying console.log missing stuff, we are going to do something completely different. Instead, we're going to say window.location.href is base URL. That's what we're going to do. So the very first thing that happens when we arrive on this page, here, or maybe here, is we're going to make sure that they've got this information. So if I delete body style ID, for example, and hit refresh, there you go. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Alright, now I suppose I suppose that's fine. So when we arrive on this page here, I would definitely like it to clear the local storage variables as an opener, do you know what I mean? So let's view the page source here, and you can see we've got what looks like a wee bit of JavaScript here at carlease.js. I don't like the way that it's loading though. So again, we'll head here. Now you can see we're loading up the homepage content, and this is just rubbish, quite frankly. The proper way of doing this is exactly the same vibe we had here. So we're going to go like this. That's what we're talking about. Now, here we are going to be including the oh, come on. Yeah, the JS carlease.js thing. There you go. There you go. JS carlease.js. Perfect, 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 perfect. So that's looking good. Now I'm going to take this out. This is a wee bit amateurish. I don't like that. Let's do this proper. Okay, nice. So here we go again. everything looks good. Looks fine. And if we look at the page source, you'll see that we have added carlease.js exactly where it should be. So let's open up carlease.js. This is the one that gets called from the home page. And do we have an event listener? We don't. So what I think I'll do is when this page loads up, I'm going to do the following. Local storage, remove item, and let's just remove all of these local storage variables, because I think that makes a bit more sense, you know. So when you arrive here, you get a clear deck, you know, and now you can do this stuff, and it's all fantastic. Excellent. Now moving over here, I'm going to just kind of break this. So what you'll see when I refresh is it takes us to the home page and it clears the local storage, so that's excellent. Okay, looking good, looking good. So now we are going to do our options builder here. So here's our options builder code. I'm going to move that downstairs. When I'm doing JavaScript, the first thing that happens, I kind of like it at the bottom of the script. I know it seems a bit strange, but now I'm going to bring in my old options builder stuff here. You can see it says select term is not defined, so let's make life easy. Okay, now we've got a thing that says attempt activate submit button. I'd like to see what that does. Okay. Now I disagree with this activate submit button because I think that it should include no, actually that's fine. Term, mileage, initial, that is fine. Okay, so we're going to have activate submit button. We've got open mileage selector. Let's get that up. Okay, so open mileage selector is going to go here. And I can see that we've also got a thing called disable submit button. I don't expect there to be any problems with that. Okay, so here we go. We're going to refresh. We're going to select the term. There you go. And there you go. It's fantastic. Now, everything's looking beautiful, but when we select that, it says select mileage is not defined. So let me do that. Now I don't have a clue what any of this means. I'll tell you a wee thing that, hang on, we have somebody here, and it's Ahoy, Ahoy, to a new name, North Star 2. I tried to get ChatGTP to help with some stuff for my cybersecurity schoolwork, but it was preaching at me saying it's illegal to use such questions. I've had it myself. It's a real drag, innit? It's a real drag when that happens. What can you do? I think it's actually a bit too sensitive in that regard. They're probably just really paranoid about the whole thing going out of control, you know? Anyway, welcome. We always like to see new faces around here. Now, what is happening next? This is the one that was causing all the problems, actually. So what the heck does open initial? Oh, that's the initial payment selector. Got you. Right, it's Right, I know what's happening. Okay, I'm going to take out this load Google Analytics then, and we're going to refresh, and it's going to say that some stuff is missing. There you go. So select mileage is not defined, but we knew that would happen. In fact, I'm such a genius, I was working on the wrong darn thing. Hold on. Okay, here we go. So here's our term. Here's the mileage. So open initial selector is not defined. Now I'm going to comment out this load Google Analytics. I think it's problems. I don't like it. So we do that. We do that. And then it's open initial selector. I should have called it I should have called it open num initial selector. Is it the number of initial payments? Do you know what I mean? In fact, do you know what? We love a good long variable name. So there we go. Alright, so now, oh, select initial is not defined. Hold on. Select initial is not defined. Where's it getting that from? Where is it getting that from? I don't see it. I don't see it anywhere. Let's try it again. Alright, okay. So we're looking for a thing by the name of select initial. Again, I don't like the name of it. I think that kind of confused me a wee minute there. So I'm going to call it well, I don't even know. Options builder 75 on change equals select initial. Ah, okay, so if I go to this options builder thing, you can see that we've got this select. So I'm going to change that to select num initial payments. It's just a better name. Here we go. Okay, heading up here. Excellent. Now this has got a thing that says submit additional options. Now I'm going to click this and it will say cannot find. Sure enough. So let's see if we can figure out what's happening with that one. Do we have a submit additional options here? No, we don't. So let me look inside public JS. I'm going to do n submit additional options. I'm looking for that function, and it is in the old options builder, as luck would have it. So let's look at submit additional options. Okay, we can have it down here. Good. So everything here is looking fantastic. Now I'm going to say console.log now get some quotes just for the moment, right? I'll comment this out. Now here it's saying submit additional options. So I don't know about this code here. I really don't know if I'm into it. Here's what we could do. We could say, let's make a wee function here called make sure got required local storage. And yes, we love a good old long name here. So let's do that. Then let's do this. Then let's do this. And we'll have it so that as soon as the page loads, we're going to run this. Now, because I've chucked that inside a function, and don't you love a long name, it means that we can reuse this. So what we can then do is we can say, instead of all of this bullshit, we can say this and then chuck in the new values that have hopefully been selected. So for example, my mileage, my term, my initial, here they come. There you go. Alternatively, you could say nah, we'll keep it as it is. We'll just go like this and we'll call it all required vars. So that eliminates the need for us to do this, and it even eliminates the need for us to do this. So it's all simplification for the nation. I love it. I love it. So if we now refresh this page here, and let's assume that we do something like maybe take this out, and then we go like this, and then we hit start searching. You can see that that immediately redirected us back to the home page, which is fantastic, you know. Now, another thing that we could do, which would be very cool, is we could do a wee function here called send away. And we can have this here like this, and then we could say local storage remove item, and it's quite easy for us to just remove these different items. So local storage remove item, I'll say my term, my mileage. I think the other one was called my initial. There you go. If we look upstairs, you see how it's called my initial? So we do that, and now we're gonna, instead of this bullshit, we're gonna call send away, which gives us, I think, just a wee bit more control, you know. There you go. In fact, you could even add the other ones in if you really wanted to, but this will do for me. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go like this. Now, let me take that out, and that. Oh no, whatever's happened. Alright, here we go again. So we'll do that, we'll do that, we'll do that. Now I'll take that one out. So I'm kind of deliberately breaking it. Now watch how when I hit this, it's going to clear the term mileage and initial. There you go. That's what we want. That's beautiful. That is fantastic. Good. So now I'm going to do an actual let's go get a deal situation. When I click this, it says now go get some quotes. And that is exactly what we're going to do. So we're almost there. I really love object-oriented programming. I mean, forgive me if that sounds nerdy, but I think it's an amazing thing. Like the whole idea that you take a wee bit longer to do things and arrange them, but it pays off later on. Now, what we got here? Okay. Oh, to ask such questions. Yeah, of course, we know, don't worry, nobody's going to hold a typo against you, man. It's fine. It's fine. Typos are the sign of an intellect, haven't you heard? That's what I tell people anyway, because they follow me everywhere. Okay, so we've got this vibe here that says, now get some quotes, okay? So let's look at our old options builder. Here it is right here. And this is going to call init get some quotes. We ready to rock? Here we go. Now I reckon it's going to say cannot find or something like that. So let's give it a try. Okay. Let's look at our application. Everything looks good here. But sure enough, init get some quotes is not defined. So it would appear that we have to get our load Google Analytics thing working here. So let's try that. It says load Google Analytics is not defined. Now, by the way, in case anybody's wondering why the heck have I got it saying load Google Analytics, this has got nothing to do with Google Analytics. Folks, this is not a tutorial. This is commercial web development. And it's brutal, you know. It's the real deal. And in this game, I don't want somebody looking at the source code and saying, oh, so that's how he's doing it and blah, blah, blah. I mean, all of this is Mickey Mouse. But later on, when I get into the machine learning aspects and all of that stuff, I just don't see any benefit whatsoever in just laying everything out on a silver plate for everyone, you know. So anybody looking at the source code, I mean, you would know what's going on, but anybody who wasn't you, they would probably say, oh, it's Google Analytics. And it's funny how simple things like, say for example, you've got an endpoint that serves some data and you're not totally para about the security, but you don't want some asshole checking it every 2 minutes to see what your makes are or something. Well, make it so that your endpoint only accepts post requests. Something as simple as that can make a huge, huge difference, you know. These are the things that will really, really make the difference. Now, let me look at Options Builder again. Right, we've called it carlease.js. I'm going to call it Google Analytics.js. So any turkey looking at that, not you, but anyone else, they're going to say, alright, okay, must be his analytics stuff. And they won't even see it in the source code. That's right. My genius knows no limit in that regard. Actually, that's all bullshit. Okay, so we have a wee duplicate thing here. Give me just a wee second, will ya? Okay. Looks good, looks fine. Beautiful, beautiful. Right, here we go. Now, here I'm gonna open in a new tab. It's trying to open up carlease.js, but it's not finding it. So let's see if we can figure out what's happening there. You can see that we're loading up carlease.js, and carlease.js, well, that is now this thing here. Okay, we're alright, we're alright. So instead of carlease.js, we're going to call it how are we going to do this? Yeah, let's just do it. So, this here is Google Analytics.js. Okay. Now if we look at the page source, you can see that we're including that. Do you know that it's possible to create links to like CDNs and content delivery networks and stuff like that, so that anybody looking at your source code will say, oh, he's just including the bootstrap JS or something, but you can actually write code that intercepts that and has it including anything you want. It's kind of cool, you know. It's just a wee game. I mean, I don't take that kind of thing too seriously. I don't, for example, I don't consider it to be the greatest security in the history of the universe. But you can do things like that, you know? Alright. So here we are, and we have included this. Now, okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to console.log keep on rocking. So perfect. Now, this part here is the cool part. This is where the action is for us. So I'm going to go to this playground thing because it was kind of a good example of this. And I'm going to copy this, head up here, okay, you can see it saying quote wash URL is in it, get some quotes. Now I'm going to just jump right in here and chuck this in. I don't like the name quotes boss URL, so we will go with this target URL thing. Then we're going to take all of our parameters. We can do this. Here's us establishing the parameters. That's cool. Now, we then send the parameters, and if everything is okay, we redirect the user to another page, and that's it. So this is actually going to work, believe it or not, and it's going to work first time. So here we go. Confidence, folks, confidence. Remember what I told you. Expectation of success. Do you know what I mean? Expectation of success. That is how we roll. So let's get a bunch of BMW 1 Series cars. Here they come. Don't forget to swoon with delight, because here are the deals. They're going up. Do you see them incrementing? And it's absolutely fantastic. We don't have any console.logs. Everything's working the way it should. I'm glad I get rid of that Firebase nonsense as well. And as you can see, it's got quite a lot of deals coming in. Just look at that. Won't you just look at that? Perfect. Haha. Isn't that just great? And as you can see, we got 47 deals, multiple companies, whole bunch of cool stuff, and there you go. Thank you very much indeed. Your applause is most welcome. Okay. Now, there is the possibility of an error. And what am I going to do if there's an error? I haven't really thought about it, to tell you the truth. But I've got an idea. Do you know what I'm going to do if there's an error? That's right, kids. I'm going to just take them back to the home page. And probably clear the local storage variables. So do you remember how I had this vibe here? Same for us, you know. Okay, cool. Now, let's do this. Now this will probably never get called, but there it is anyway. Okay. Now one challenge that I've got with this is, now that I'm looking at this, I don't think that this should go here. Instead, I'm going to chuck this here. So now, I think we're going to be in good shape. So if we do this, now check out when I refresh it's going to clear. Or at least it clears the manufacturer's ID, which is exactly what I want. And then, oh, I didn't expect that to happen. So, right, now we're going to build a preferences thing. I'll show you what I mean. So if somebody lands on this page and they've already selected the terms, I'll show you what I mean. So do you see how I'm selecting terms here? Right? There they are. And as I go back to the home page, those terms are still here. So the vibe is, and I actually built this previously. Happy to show you. So here's an old version. Do you see how it says update your preferences right here? That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. And how do you like me now? So here's how this is going to go. I might as well just bring in the code that I wrote previously. Okay. So you can see that we've got this function here called update my terms. I don't think that we're using it. I don't think we've got it anywhere here. I assume that's the only place that this appears. Yeah, it is. So if we jump back to the original site, now let's look at the home page. There you go. And oh gee, my stomach's doing Chewbacca impersonations. I haven't ate anything today. I apologise for that. The special effects department here are in full formation. Now, what am I doing here? Ah, here you go. We've got this here. Now that's kind of cool, right? So let's, and it's right in the view file, which is fine. So we're going to the home page content here. And there's no harm in leaving a few spaces. And you can see we've got a temp display prefs button. So let's see if we can find that thing. Here it is here. There you go. Okay, so alright, so if we look at our local storage values here, this is called my term. So what we're doing is we're looking at this thing, and if we're saying, look, if the person's got a term, then let's draw a little button for them, you know. So let's now refresh this home page. Attempt display prefs button is not defined. Hey, hold on. You know, I might as well take these out of here. Okay, I've got a thing here being mentioned called car-leasing.js, and I've got a car_leasing.js. This is a problem. So let me just quickly find what's happening with this. So car-leasing.js, no matches. Let me do that again. So car-leasing.js. Now, right, we've got car-leasing.js. So let me just try a search for leasing.js. So car-leasing.js, everything looks good here. Let's have a look. Okay, that's cool. Okay, here we go. So now you can see that we've got this update your preferences button here. Unfortunately, it doesn't look quite as good as this one. So let's see if we can find out why. I'm seeing button Alt here. So okay, let's find where the CSS lives. There's a lot of silences here because I'm just basically trying to figure out what the heck's going on with this, you know? Okay, let's try this. Oh ho ho ho! There you go, nice spacing and everything. So now I'm going to say that when we hover, okay, so when we hover, I'll make this go pure white, and I'll make the font color go Steel blue. Here we go. There you go. Perfect. That's really, really great. Good. Now, that button there, when we click on it, it's going to take us to our preferences page. And from here, let me think for a minute. Let me think for a minute. Right, we're on the home page. We select some stuff. We do that. We go back to the home page. Okay, let's do this again. So we do that, we do that, we do that. Then we go like this. Then we go back to the home page. Okay, that's cool. So, on our optionsbuilder.js, we had a thing here that says make sure they've got the range model and all of that stuff. We, believe it or not, we don't even need it here, because what we're doing is we're giving them the option. Oh, you miserable thing. Let me go again. Okay, back to the home page. Right, those options are available. Why the heck did they disappear? Shit. Do you know, I think I've got an idea of what it might be. Yeah, I think I need to take this out. It's a wee bit tricky, isn't it? It's like a wee logical conundrum figuring this stuff out. So we do that. We do that. If we go back to the home page, this shows up. There you go. Got you. So when we arrive on this page here, on this page, we should 100% clear the local storage value for term initial and blah blah, because it's just the right thing to do. Right, so I think I've got it now. So we go like that. The only place we can go from here is here. But when we go here, we go like that. Now I'm going to kind of break it a wee bit by doing that. Then I'm going to go to update your preferences. And now I'm going to do start searching. Now when I run start searching, it's going to run and it gets some quotes. Okay, so the real thing here, of course, when I hit start searching, it's going to break. It takes us back to the home page and it clears the decks. So what we really want to do then is get it so that when we go like this, and you see how, if I just refresh, do you see how it says start searching? Right. So what we could do here is how did I do it with this? Okay, so let's go to this options builder, right? Now, right, so let's just say function has selected vehicle. Has this user selected a vehicle? Now, if we go like that, let's have a wee look at this vibe here. And I'm going to go like this. So we'll call it vehicle vars is those things. And let's just say let has selected vehicle. I'll assume that it's true. But if not, then has selected vehicle is going to go to false. So when this page loads, we're going to say let vehicle selected vehicle selected is has selected vehicle. Now I am gonna return has selected vehicle, and I'm going to just console.log vehicle selected right here. So here we go. We're going to refresh. It should say true. It does say true. But suppose we had not selected something like a manufacturer's ID, for example. In that situation, it's going to return false. So what we're going to do then is we're going to say if vehicle selected is equivalent to false, then we're going to draw select vehicle button, because we're not entirely ready to go and get quotes at that point. Otherwise, we'll draw the normal button. Now let's look at the normal button. The normal button is on this options builder here. Now, you can see that we've got an array. I'm going to say in this array here, style is assigned to display of none. That is going to, correction, not display none. Let's do opacity 0. So that means that when this page loads, we cannot see the thing. This button has got an ID of submit button. So what I'm going to do around about here is I'm going to say console.log. Let's just say submit button outer HTML. I'm going to give this music a break, man. I've heard it too damn much. Okay, let's just do something like this. Let me refresh. Not much happening. Not much happening. Let's try this one. Right, we've not defined the submit button, and I'm okay with that, you know. So let's just say const submit button is document get element by ID. Now we know that the ID is submit underscore button. We'll do this vibe again. There's our button coming in with its opacity of 0. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say submit button dot style dot transition is 0.6 second. Is that right? Maybe like that. Okay. And then I'm going to say submit button dot style dot opacity is 1. Now you'll see that the submit button appears. See it? Looks kind of good, right? And unfortunately, I'm seeing something else on the page. It just caught my eye that's not behaving right. Can you see that? It's these left nav things. So let me just super quick fix that. Heading into the here it is here. It's the slide nav. So the slide nav has got a style with display type of none, let's just say. So that fixes that. Does the slide nav appear when we go like this? It does not. Alright, what if I make it have an opacity of 0? Will that help? Here we go. Ah, that seems to work. Okay, cool. Right, that's excellent. Good. Perfect. Alright, now back over to the options builder here. Whatever happens, we're going to reveal the button regardless. But here, I'm going to console.log no vehicle selected. So when this page loads, you can see that it says no vehicle selected. So what we're going to do then is we're going to say submit button inner HTML equals select vehicle. So here we go, and there it is. Now that is fantastic. I think that's going to be excellent. So that's going to be that. Now if you look at this thing, it has got submit additional options going on here. So let's look at submit additional options. Now it's looking for all of these required, excuse me, pardon me, it's looking for all of these required variables here, and it's basically just making sure that we've got them all. I think that this let vehicle selected should actually be a constant, and what we're going to do is we're going to say if, now the name of the thing of course is vehicle selected. So if, where the hell is it? If vehicle selected is false, then we send away. What does send away do? Sends them back to the home page. And there you go. So that's kind of cool, which means that in this situation, if I select everything like that, but the manufacturer ID is not quite right, so when I hit select vehicle, oh, you miserable shithound. Let me try this again. Okay, now as this page loads up, the thing is figuring out what next. So if I go like this, and this, and this, you can see in the console here it says vehicle selected as false. So let's just chuck a wee else statement here, shall we? Alright. So we'll do this again. Here's our application. There's our different things. So when I do this and hit select vehicle, you can see it's retaining the range and all of that stuff, and the terms and the mileage and everything. And now, when we do this and we say find the best deals, that's probably going to submit. It does, and everything is perfect. And then here's our preferences. I think that's it. Well, it was certainly a wee bit awkward, but we got there in the end, you know. That was horrible. Alright, console.log, everything looking good, and here we go. So when we select a vehicle and we hit find the best deals, it takes us here. Obviously when we go here and we start searching, it will search for quotes, which it does right now. But when we go back to the home page, it remembers your preferences, and because it's remembered your preferences, it means that you can go straight to the quote section, or you can go here. That is it. Okay, so I'm calling that drop down thing fixed. And it was one of those very miserable situations where I think it just had to be redone, unfortunately. So let's see what we got here. We've got our to-do list. The drop downs are now fixed. Now you see these things here with these slightly awkward situations. I think that we've already got that working on this site. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. I have no idea. But we'll deal with that anyway. And then finally, there's one more part to this whole darn thing, which is dealing with similar vehicles. I don't think I'm going to get that done today. I'll probably get that finished tomorrow. So the idea there is, if somebody searches for a BM and there's a better deal with a Mercedes, I want them to know. So I'll probably build that tomorrow. Those of you who are a part of the members group, congratulations, you'll probably get to see that. Why not? Alright, so I think that's looking quite good. It's been quite an intense day though. All of this stuff is pretty intense, you know. I mean, who the heck do I go to if I want help with this? I know it's the same for all of you as well. I'm not claiming to be some kind of genius, but it's one of the funny things about being a developer, innit? Previously uploaded. Yep, I know exactly what this is. Give me a wee minute. I'm going to reply to this. Okay. Hello, I apologize for that. I think it was my fault. On the 14th of January, I hard coded tasks. Or something like that into the image, into the single picture image uploader. This was my mistake. I fixed it. However, I am thankfully it wasn't around for too long. However, I'll figure out a way to let people know. Alright. Okay. If you or anyone runs into any problems that appear to be unsolvable, impossible to solve because of this, then let me know and I'll be glad to offer personal help. I'll be glad to help. Alright, there we go. You know, I haven't updated the news for ages. I should do that. Okay, is everybody having a good day? Everybody having a good day? Are we still here? Are we still alive? So, anyway, I think I'm going to take a wee time out. It's been quite an intense day. I'm just going to take a short break for 5-10 minutes or something, you know. So I'll just say get add all and then get commit drop downs now fixed. There you go. Okay, so the goals of the day are pretty clear. I'm going to get the quote system quite solid for this prototype thing, and then probably tomorrow, hopefully I can do it in one day. But the plan is, what the hell is going on? Why is my body style not working? Jeez, as soon as you think you get something working, eh? Let me do that again. Ah, we're fine. Alright. So I'm probably going to do the similar vehicles feature tomorrow. And for the rest of the day, it's just going to be tweakery and, you know, a few boring things like that. Surprised you're still here, to be entirely honest with you, you know. Anyway, give me a wee minute. I'm going to just get a wee tea, take a break. I need to look at something else for a minute. And I'll be right back, okay? Stay cool, stay cool. I'll be right back. Alright kids, it's Saturday and it's live coding day. So I've pretty much made a decision that I'm going to leave this one until tomorrow. But I am going to try and get these two things done. And if I get these two things done, then I'm going to call that a successful day. It means that the prototype should be ready by Monday. And then at some point within the next 2 weeks, I'll book a meeting with the guy and see what happens, you know? So that's that. So I'm going to deal with these two situations here. So one of them is, what if we have already, pardon me, what if we have already existing quotes for this make and model? Okay, so, pardon me, I will not cough again. I apologise. So, let's go to this quotes boss thing. Now you can see here that we've got init get quotes. It does its thing. Okay. Now here we've got a thing by the name of attempt reuse existing quotes, right? So let me have a closer look at that. Okay. Alright. Now, if we open up this thing, in fact, let me just do this the quick way. If I go to the playground thing here. Alright. Now, right around here, you can see that this is sending a post request. And here's the fields that we've got, right? Body, style, ID, and so on. Now, pardon me folks, I do apologise, I don't know what to do about myself. Right, attempt to reuse existing quotes. So, let's just check the code and make sure that we're happy with how this stuff's declared. Now, we've got a manufacturer ID, a range ID. We've got a body style ID. Now again, let me look at init get some quotes, or init get quotes. Yeah, you can see that our body yep, that's cool. So here we are, and we're saying that the body style ID is that, so there it is right there. We've got a term, initial, and we've got a mileage, plus a range ID and a manufacturer's ID. So that is fantastic. Now, what this does is it checks to see if we've got quotes for these same conditions here, and it does this by looking at a table. Where the heck is it? Yeah, so it looks at our LC deals table, which is this one here, and you can see that we've got a variety of different parameters here, and it's trying to find where we've got LC makes ID, ranges ID, body styles ID. So if we look, LC makes ID, we've got body styles ID, we've got LC ranges ID. That's all looking fantastic. We've also got term, num initial, and annual mileage. So there's term, num initial, there's annual mileage. Everything here is looking fantastic. So it does that. And pardon me. So it does all of that stuff, and we're selecting. Now, if the num rows is greater than 0, you can see that we get a search token here. Now, if we go to init get quotes here, we're calling attempt reuse quotes. Have a look back over at the playground thing again. And if we look here, so it's init get quotes. So if the status is 200, away we go. But let's make it that if the status is 202, yep. Let's do that. So this is really embarrassing, but I don't entirely know. Is else ifs 2 bits or 1 in JavaScript? It's 2, okay. So if I say else if blah 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 blah, and let's just say else if HTTP status is equivalent to, we'll call it a 202. Now I think 202 is, I think it, well, let's just check what it means. Right, I'm going to go 201, which means created. Okay. Hello, wee Coco. Are you here to moan? Okay, so I'm going to say var search token is HTTP response text. It's one of the situations where I'm quite happy with var. Maybe not. Maybe we'll do that. But here, var target URL is this, and here target URL is this. So having defined the target URL, we send the user to that target URL. Okay. And that's basically it. So here we go then. Let's give it a wee try. So I'm going to say get quotes now. And that's us legitimately getting quotes here. I don't really need to wait the whole time. I can just cut this short. So now I'm going to do a hard reload. Head back to this. Hit gets quotes now again. You miserable swine. Alright, well that's not great. So let me look at the quotes boss again. I had attempt to use existing quotes, and of course we're not going to do a redirect here. We're going to do an HTTP response code of 201. Then we're going to echo the search token with a die statement. Let's try again. Hard reload. Let's try it. You miserable shithound. Okay, that's not good. So now I'm going to just hit return. So that's saying it's a 200 response. I'd like to know why it's doing that, you know? So let me echo num rows with a die statement. See what it says. It says 0. Okay. So let me look at LCDOs. So what's going on is there's a truncate effect that's happening here. That's exactly what it is. That is 100% what's going on there. Okay, now you can see that we've got a thing called auto truncate tables here. I'm going to go into config. I'm going to change auto truncate tables to false. So now if I say get quotes now, okay, so we have to go to attempt reuse existing quotes. Okay, now let me take this out. Now we have most definitely got deals there. There they are. So now damn. And it just keeps fucking clearing them, and I don't know why. I do not know why. That's really annoying. So there's clearly something that's messing this up. So let's look at get quotes now. It's almost as if there's some kind of truncate feature or something in here. Let me quickly check this. Okay, so here we go. Right, so we have 100% got live deals here. There they are. So what I'm going to do is there it is. I should have said if auto truncate tables is true. I think that's it. Alright, here we go. So we do have, I hope we have some deals. We head over here, we hit get quotes now. Now it's saying 201, which is excellent. So the fact that it's doing that means that it recognises that there are deals here. So let's try this again. We'll hit get quotes now. Perfect. Now if you look at the URL there, we've got a little bit of a challenge here. Undefined variable in views Ahoy on line 24. So we're going to head to searching. Now you can see that we've got a wee bit of data happening here. We'll just do that. And over on this Ahoy page here that I've got, you can see right here that it's got this fast finish thing that kicks off. So I'll bring on the console. I'm not expecting any errors here at all. If I refresh, there's our fast finish. And away it goes. Well, that was a bit of a downer. So the target URL is, of course, this. It's the results URL, you know. So here we go, and we're going to hit get quotes now. It's giving us the fast track, taking us straight to the results, and there you go. So that means that if somebody asks for a quote request for a car for which there has already been a quote request, then we take them straight to the home page. All right, there you go. There you go. Pretty cool, isn't it? So I'm going to do that again. I'm loving it. So look at how fast it is. And you have to do that to make them know that stuff's happened. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? So now if I go to about and then truncate tables, this time it's going to be really slow. Check it out. So now it's really legitimately getting those quotes. You'll see the counter going up and all of that stuff. It's going to take its time. So that's it, actually getting quotes, if you know what I mean. And then, by the way, the footprints is just an SVG that rotates. It's no big deal. But here we go. And there we are. 48 deals it found, which is pretty darn good. Maybe not the best deals, by the way, but not too bad. Now, that was 48 deals. If we go about get quotes now, there's our 48 deals back again. Fantastic. That's what we're talking about. Oh, people, do you hear me? Don't you want to hire this guy? Don't you want this guy to be on your team? Thank you, Mario. Thank you, Mario. God bless you. God bless you. So that is looking fantastic. Now, do you see this one about generic deal pages and stuff? I think I've already built it, to tell you the truth. I'm just going to tell just by looking, actually. So I've got this here. Establish target deal pages to be checked. So it does this. Now if the target deal pages are 0, yeah, that's fine. I've done that. I'm not going to waste my time. So that is me. Objectives achieved. And I'm feeling pretty darn good about that. So let's do this. Get add all. Get commit m. Now reusing existing quotes if they are available. There you have it, folks. What can I tell you? My name is Naylor McNail, and I have nailed this particular task today. You'll be glad to know that this is probably the last time that I'm going to be live streaming this one publicly, at least. I'm hoping to come on tomorrow though, where I'll do this final feature. I haven't done any contact forms or anything, but that's boring, right? But I'll do this final feature hopefully tomorrow, and I do hope that the members will be around. You're welcome to join me. You can become a channel member for $5 a month, don't you know? And we'll get this stuff done. This is what's going to really make the difference with this site. So far, everything is bullshit. This is just a site that shows people how to get rubbish prices. But the magic happens when you write code that helps them to find really, really good deals, you know? And that is exactly and precisely what we are going to do. So, I think that'll do us. What time is it? How are we doing for time? Right, I've been here for almost 5 hours. Yeah, I think I'll just blow the whistle at that point, if it's okay with you. So, if anybody has any comments, questions or suggestions or anything like that, this is a good time. Let me know. Yeah, I have one wee thing, and I don't know if I should do it right now because I'm slightly exhausted, but I wonder if I do wonder. No, I'll keep it as it is. Yeah, I made a mistake with the desktop uploader, and it's a real downer, but hopefully I got away with it. Hopefully nobody will notice, right? Okay. Well, anyway, that will do us, folks. Thank you once again for being here. It has been a pleasure and a privilege. You have been watching the home of the web development revolution. You were here. Greatest industry on earth, web development, you know. Web development does not care where you come from. It does not care about any of the usual list of stuff that people allegedly care about. Web development is the perfect meritocracy so long as we are here. Thank you. Thank you, Mario, and all the rest. I appreciate it, and I hope that we can do this again some other time. See you later.